They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. A little bit of a tangled start there for No Confession. It's Sorority Prank towards the inside and King's Leap outside second. More Vino 3 wide around that first turn in third. In a minute behind runners in fourth, now in a joint third with more Vino, and No Confession saves all the ground after that tangled start at the tail of the field and 3.5 lengths off the lead. As they transition to the backstretch, it's Sorority Prank who's on top. The lead's on neck over King's Leap in second. More Vino 3 wide up the backstretch in the clear in third. In a minute, tugging at the jockey to go on in fourth. A length and a half, 2 lengths off the lead, and a margin of 2.5 lengths to No Confession, who trails the field. They race up the backstretch. Sorority Prank leads by 3 parts of a length over King's Leap in pursuit in second. More Vino's going to be 3 wide around both turns in third. In a minute, still covered up along the inside fourth, and 3 lengths to No Confession, who trails the field. 3 furlongs to go. Sorority Prank, King's Leap taking it to that one on the outside, and they separate themselves from the rest. In third is More Vino. In a minute, drops back and forth, and No Confession has trailed throughout as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Sorority Prank in the white blinkers. King's Leap's on the outside. These two have been first and second for the last few furlongs as they run down to the final furlong. It's Sorority Prank who inches away from King's Leap inside the furlong marker, and it's Sorority Prank. Sorority Prank leads by a length and a half over King's Leap. Sorority Prank is going to hold by a neck over King's Leap. 96 cents. Second race from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Post time for race number 2 in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Deeza Rock sends out for the lead as it's Stars Delight, who is also intent on making the front end. Stars Delight with the neck in front. She's a Wild Joker is in second. Deeza Rock 3 wide third. 2 lengths back. Unicorn Cake mid-flight in fourth. 2 more further lengths to Love My Candy, who's about 3.5 in front of Sweet DeSantis, who's at the tail of the field. 3 abreast as they go onto the turn. She's a Wild Joker takes over from Stars Delight. Deeza Rock outside third, a half length off the lead. 2 more lengths to Unicorn Cake in a good spot in fourth. Second last, Love My Candy, many lengths back to Sweet DeSantis, who trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and Deeza Rock takes over, and Unicorn Cake is outside of him, and these two are first and second with 3/16 to go. She's a Wild Joker towards the inside. Stars Delight drops back and forth. 1 furlong to go. It's Deeza Rock and Unicorn Cake. These two first and second through the stretch. They come down to the winning line, and Deeza Rock is not slowing down. Deeza Rock prevails. Unicorn Cake second. She's a Wild Joker third. Sweet $1.94. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Union Navy from an outside post. Newport Bridge from the rail. Newport Bridge gets that early lead. The Delaware boys also flashing early speed. Private Desire, the favorite, 3 wide, now up into second. Second last, Union Navy, only 2 lengths off the lead, and 3 lengths to My Cool Hand Luke, who trails the field. It's Private Desire takes over from the Delaware boys, but now Newport Bridge counter punches and goes from third to first. A lot of jockeying for position up the backstretch as they reach the far turn, and Newport Bridge has the lead. Private Desire harassing outside second as the Delaware's boys in third, 3 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths to Union Navy, who's about 2.5 in front of My Cool Hand Luke, who's at the tail of the field as they reach the quarter pole. And the favorites are first and second. Private Desire to the outside of Newport Bridge as Private Desire takes over from Newport Bridge. And then in third is the Delaware boys, but at least 6 lengths off the lead of Private Desire. Private Desire drifts out wide and angles back over towards the inside, but is well clear. Private Desire gives jockey Chris Elliott 2 wins in the card. Newport Bridge an easy second. My Cool Hand Luke rallies for third. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 4 in 22 minutes at 2:34 p.m. All in the gates. And they're off. Skylar's Starship wins the break and fires out for the lead. Hey Toby flashing early speed outside second. Love That Bird's in third. Big Rich is outside in fourth. What's My Category to the inside of Bottomless Refill, and Port Charles is at the back of the pack and about 7 lengths off the lead. The pace is controlled early on as they navigate the first turn. It's Skylar Starship with the lead by a half length. Hey Toby applying the pressure outside second. Then the gray, Love That Bird in third to the inside of Big Rich. Then a space of 3 lengths to What's My Category and Bottomless Refill. And Port Charles is at the back of the pack, but starting to advance up the inside is out of last. Up the backstretch they travel. Skylar Starship doling out the fractions. The lead's 3 parts of a length. Hey Toby shadows that one outside in second. And then it's Love That Bird, Big Rich, who are third and fourth. Port Charles in that middle cluster now in fifth. Only 3 lengths off the lead. Covered up, will need somewhere to run. Bottomless Refill to the outside of What's My Category at the back. 3 furlongs to go. Skylar Starship and Hey Toby still first and second. Port Charles rates in third. Then in fourth, that is Big Rich. A few more lengths back to Bottomless Refill and What's My Category. Love That Bird. Shuffle back to the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Hey Toby who pokes the head in front. Skylar Starship's not giving up along the inside. Port Charles in third, 5 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. It's Hey Toby with the lead by a neck over Skylar Starship, who's fully extended second. They run down to the winning line. Hey Toby will give Worry 2 on the card. Skylar Starship a game second. Port Charles third. Big Rich fourth. Molis Racing are the owners. Jeremiah Engelhardt the trainer. Andre Worry with a riding double. Suzanne Hooper and James Hooper bred. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Looks like a decent start. Disco Dancer, one of the grays sitting out for the lead. The other gray, Price's Truth on the far outside. And then it's Stimuli, who is in between horses, up into a joint second. Trojan Mule in some tight quarters towards the inside in fourth. A length back to Watermelon Crush to the inside of Chicago Charlie. And a gap of 5 lengths to Feline Treasure, who trails the field. It's Disco Dancer, who's on the front end, has a lead by a length and a half. Price is Truth emerging with Chicago Charlie second and third. Trojan Mule shuffled fourth. 2 lengths to Stimuli is dropping back. Watermelon Crush passes that one but is stuck out wide. And Feline Treasure tries to get into the race towards the inside and 8 lengths off the lead. As they wind their way to the quarter pole, Disco Dancer gets a challenge from Price's Truth on the outside. Chicago Charlie drifts out very wide. Trojan Mule now up into third. They got 3/16 to go. It's Price's Truth who shrugs off Disco Dancer in upper stretch, and Price is Truth strides away. The battle for the balance. Disco Dancer, Trojan Mule, Feline Treasure, and Chicago Charlie go for minor awards. Price is Truth wins by daylight. Disco Dancer second. Feline Treasure third. Close for 520. Pick 5. $27.25. Race 6 from Finger Lakes put Chris Elliott on number 8, Apollo Code. And they're off. Banker Blaney blazes out for the lead. Courageous Ola's up the inside in second, but Banker Blaney has lots of early speed and is using it, opening up by a length and a half over Courageous Ola, as it's Busting Credit, who tracks in third. A length back to Happy Instead in fourth, followed up by G Money and Enticing Prospect. Ring Goods in second last, 7.5 lengths off the lead, and a length and a half back to Apollo Code, who will have to pass them all at the tail of the field. Banker Blaney into the turn, has that lead by a length and a half. Courageous Ola nudged upon in second. Busting Credit tracks in third, 3 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 lengths back to Enticing Prospect in fourth. Apollo Codes towards the inside and about 7.5 lengths off the lead. Happy Instead will be spun out wide as they turn into the stretch, and it's Banker Blaney who opens up. Banker Blaney has a lead by 7 lengths over Courageous Ola. And then it is Enticing Prospect on the outside. Apollo Codes at the fence, but a no doubt about it winner here. Banker Blaney. Banker Blaney now has a 4-race win streak and does it impressively. Close for second, Enticing Prospect to the outside of $6.95. Pick 3, $11.65. Pick 4, $15.25. 8. And they're off. Miss Wobbles hustled for the lead. Igniting the Flame, though, has early speed as well. Igniting the Flame and Miss Wobbles, these two kick clear by a couple lengths over Franny Lou, who settles in third. Another three. Nurse Bunny is in fourth. And then about 3.5 lengths back to Divorced of Course, and a gap of 5 to Practical Rachel, who's at the back of this field as they go on to the turn. Igniting the Flame on top. The lead's a little over 2 lengths. Miss Wobbles attempts to play catch up in second. Franny Lou up the inside third, soon up into second. Fourth place belongs to Nurse Bunny, and 6 lengths off the lead, a gap of 4 to Divorced of Course, who's 2 lengths in front of Practical Rachel as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Igniting the Flame, Franny Lou looks strong on the outside, and Franny Lou now striking the front. Nurse Bunny's up the inside, up into second. Nurse Bunny has a fighting chance as well. 1 furlong to go, and Nurse Bunny takes over the lead from Franny Lou. It's Nurse Bunny who scampers clear by 3 lengths. Nurse Bunny and Jeremiah Flores will prevail in the 7th from Finger Lakes. Franny Lou second, close for third. 8th race offers a late daily double. Post time for race number 8 in about 19 minutes at 4:34 p.m. And they're off. Taking up a little bit after the start, Monomoy Beach. It's Coin Jar from the rail who sends out for the lead and clears off by a length and a half. Image of Quality. This time, yes, are second and third. Hair on Fire wide in fourth, 3 off the lead. 2 more lengths to Hereby towards the inside fifth. Freedsdale second last, and a space of about 7 lengths to Monomoy Beach, who's at the back of the pack. Coin Jar's on the engine, has the lead by 2. This time, yes, comes out of the pack to be in second, and then in third, Hair on Fire, Image of Quality, white blinkers towards the inside fourth. Freedsdale is trying to get into the race, but is deep on the course in fifth. Hereby behind horses 6 and many lengths back to Monomoy Beach, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Coin Jar, this time, yes, is on the outside, and this time, yes, takes over from Coin Jar. Coin Jar attempts to fight back. A few more lengths back to Image of Quality. Freedsdale on the stand side, then it's Hereby. Coin Jar comes back for more along the rail. Coin Jar, and this time, yes, it's Coin Jar. Coin Jar found more and will prevail over this time, yes. Close for third, $18. Time Superfecta, $9.47. 9th and final from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 5. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Great start for Zen Liu, who broke about 2 lengths better than everyone else and able to cross and clear at once. Tail of the Tail comes to attack on the outside in second, and then it's Who's Got the Tip, who stalks in third to the inside of Shahana. A space of 5 lengths to Ali Song, who's a length in front of Dharma, who's in the 6th and trailing position. Half mile to go. Zen Liu off the long layoff has lead by 3 parts of a length, now a length over Tail of the Tail, who is in pursuit in second. Shahana in the white blinkers in third, 4 lengths off of the lead. Who's Got the Tip back pedals, replaced by Ali Song, and Dharma still trails the field as they get ready to reach the quarter pole. It's Zen Liu and De Diego on top. The lead's 2 lengths over Tail of the Tail, is on the outside in second as they run down to the 3/16 pole, and it's Zen Liu's homeward bound, has a lead by 4 lengths. Ali Song's making a rally on the extreme outside as Shahana attempts to go with that one. 16th to go. Zen Liu's starting to get leg weary, and it's Shahana who's cutting into the margin. Best of all, Shahana and Zen Liu. Here's the winning line. It's Shahana who defeats Zen Liu. I'm super. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we play our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, a Monday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. Hope your holiday weekend went well. Got about 59 minutes to race number one. 8-race card today. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, there are no changes in race one. Race number two. Number one, Maggie's Boy, is 1 pound over. Late work for number 2, HB Plaisance. Work out of Finger Lakes, July 2nd, 4 furlongs fast surface, 52.30 breezing. Late work for number 5, One with Everything. Work out at Finger Lakes, July 3rd, 4 furlongs good surface, 48.30 breezing. Third race. Jockey change on number 3, Value Dreamer to Caber Koa. Caber Koa on number 3, Value Dreamer. And the rider is 1 pound over the assigned weight. Fourth race. In the fourth race, scratch number 1, Disco Dino. Scratch the 4, Almond Cider. And scratch the 6, CJ's Grand Slam. Disco Dino, Almond Cider, CJ's Grand Slam. The 1, 4, and 6 all scratched from the fourth race. Number 2, Looking Super, is 2 pounds over. Fifth race. Number 8, Reedsdale Rose, 1 pound over. Late work for number 5, Only in My Dreams. Work out at Finger Lakes, July 2nd, 3 furlongs fast surface, 39.20 breezing. Race 6. Scratch number 4, Lilith's Moon. Scratch number 8, Curtain Closed. Lilith's Moon, Curtain Closed. 4 and 8 out of race 6. Number 6, Staged Conflict, 4 over. Number 10, Lip and Law, 1 over. Seventh race. Late work for number 7, Double Shot. Workout at Finger Lakes, July 2nd, 4 furlongs, 51.20 breezing. Eighth and final. Jockey change on number 6, Bourbon Blanket to Jeremiah Flores. Jeremiah Flores on number 6, Bourbon Blanket. That's a look at scratches and changes. Want to let everyone know, if you are a DRF member, dailyracingform.com, or drf.com member. You can go to their website, and there's free past performances for Finger Lakes today. For today only, but free nonetheless. If you're a drf.com member, free Finger Lakes past performances today. A week from today, it's New York Derby Day. $150,000 New York Derby featuring the Empire State's top 3-year-olds. Also a couple other stakes races on the card. They'll have the bet and get promotion. That is very popular. Wager $10, win, place, or show on any Finger Lakes race, and you get $10 back in gaming free play. Your live racing program on the house on Derby Day, and there'll be some great dining deals as well. We'll have some $1 hot dogs and fountain sodas and $3 draft beers all afternoon long. Don't miss it. 2025 New York Derby Day, just around the corner, 1 week from today. 54 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
All right, another day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Hope everybody enjoyed the nice holiday weekend. It was some hot weather over the weekend. I probably got a little too much sun out there on the lake. We are, of course, near Canandaigua Lake, so everybody enjoyed it. We come back with live racing week. We do have a schedule change to let you know about. It's just a post time change. On Wednesdays and Wednesdays only, we will be going with the first post of 1:15. Of course, not a big change, but it should be noted that we will continue to go at 1 o'clock on Monday and Tuesday. It'll be the post time every day, Monday and Tuesday, 1 o'clock. But for the rest of the summer, we're going to go with a 1:15 Wednesday post time. That's Wednesdays only, starting at 1:15. As Bill Downs just mentioned, New York Derby Day, we are drawing for that today. We have 3 stakes races, big day next week. 3 stakes races. Obviously, the New York Derby will draw some real nice 3-year-old New York breds, and we get some of the riders from New York, some of the top trainers from New York as well, for the $150,000 plus New York bred stakes for 3-year-old. We've got some really nice horses come through, and there's some really good ones, 3-year-old New York breds. We'll see who ends up entering. But not just the New York Derby. We have the New York Oaks, but also, I think it should be noted, the other race is going to be, I'm looking forward to just as much. The Leon Reed Memorial Stakes, we are expecting to get the top sprinter on the grounds, Jack and Bernie. Jack and Bernie was strutting his stuff when he won his last race. He will be, at least we'll find out today, I'm pretty sure he will be entering in the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes. So probably the best sprinter on the ground, one of the best sprinters we've ever had at Finger Lakes. So he's one to keep an eye on. It'll be nice to see him running the same day as the New York Derby. So we got a lot going on. $1 hot dogs and sodas. You know where I'll be having lunch. $1 hot dog sodas. That'll be the day that I could buy somebody else lunch that day. You know, everybody asks me, I've got all the money today. Maybe I'll have a chance to, or you can buy me lunch. Be a cheap date. $1 hot dogs and sodas. I think it's $3 drafts. Nowadays, that's a pretty good price for draft beer. You can enjoy the races. Next week, Monday, again, we're drawing for those races today, including the big race, the New York Derby. Okay, mentioned all that. Now we got the 8-race card to go over. Remember, the first race will start off a pick 5. Got 2 pick 5s now on the day, the last 5 races of the day, and the first 5 races of the day. This one has the mandatory daily payout. Exacta Super Daily Double also available in the first pick. Some good sized field, especially late in the day. I thought that was a very, very competitive pick 5. Both of them kind of are. I think it's going to be a good betting day here at Finger Lakes. Why not? You want to spread out a few of those races. Find a horse you like, single there, spread out in some of these other ones because they're very competitive races. This is number 1 3 condition. And I really don't like doing this, but I am taking a horse off the layoff. But if you look at this race, there's 7 horses in the race. 4 of them come up off extended layoffs. 3 of them haven't run this year, then Kitty Tintin hasn't run since January. So that's a lot of them. I mean, that's, you know, 'Cause I'm Elegant, Grab the Glory, Automated Teller. They've all been off since last fall, and that's significant here. I do like taking horses off the layoff more into June and July than I do at the beginning of the season. It just, they've had some time to get ready. They've had steady works, and Grab the Glory, the 6 horse, does look like the speed of the race. Now, is she fit enough? Is she good enough? When it's Michael S. Ferraro, you know, there's a couple trainers you play off the layoff. Jimmy Wright was number 1 back in the day. He's not here anymore. Michael S. Ferraro is one that you can play off the layoff. And again, I think she has a little bit of a tactical edge. I know I'm a lot of ladies got the rail, and she does have some speed. But Grab the Glory's faster if she runs to her prior races. Again, she may not be at her sharpest if she's off the layoff, but if she is, she's going to have that tactical edge on a lackluster field. And again, half of the other ones are coming off layoffs as well. I'm going to take a shot with her. It's a little bit of a price morning line at 7-2. I'm a lot of lady, might be the other speed type on the race. She's not really a speed horse, but there is a lack of pace in this race other than Grab the Glory. She's got the rail. She has shown some tactical speed before. She'll at least be up close with Grab the Glory if she doesn't go for the lead and hold the rail on Grab the Glory. Now, she dropped back down to 5,000 last time, and it didn't work out. She kind of chased the pace a little bit, made a move, and faded. Yeah, it was not a good effort for I'm a Lot of Lady, but if you can forgive that effort and go back to her prior $5,000 race, yeah, she won. I mean, she had won a couple in a row, and sometimes these horses take a long time to get through that maiden condition. They win, and then they come back and win the 2 Lifetime. Happens all the time. Well, she was off the layoff. She was in for the waiver claim when she did, and it was a good effort first start of the year. So if she could run back to that race and get a good trip from the rail, she's a big threat in here. Kitty Tintin's an interesting one. Now, she's been off since January, so still quite some time away from the races for Kitty Tintin. I know she was entered in the day that we canceled. Yes, her races last year are good enough to be right there. Now, she's had a lot of chances, but so have a few of them in here. And some of her numbers, as mentioned, she's close up with a little bit better horses through those $5,000 conditions. And she almost always fires. I mean, her last race at Penn, I think you draw lines. Those are tougher horses. Even though it was still bottom level at Penn, she ran into a tougher field. She never really ran at all. Off the break, she doesn't need fast works to run with these. Just steady works is a good sign. I'm going to use her in the top 3. Definitely a win threat, and she's at 6-1. But I'm looking from a pace standpoint. Grab the Glory at I'm a Lot of Lady. Maybe they run 1, 2, 3. Grab the Glory, I'm a Lot of Lady, Kitty Tintin. That's probably where they'll set the first quarter of the race, because those look like the speed types. So we're going to go with. Sticking to it. Second race, a 5,000 claimer, never won 2 condition, going 1:70. Now, it's just a drop down here. I mean, you look at last year for Maggie's Boy, those are 2-year-old races, and then one at the end of the season. It's hard to gauge how good a field that he actually beat. It was in the slop, so I'm not putting too much stock in that race. But still, this one running against the 2-year-old maiden special weights. Coming back, they tried the horse against allowance horses. Only 1 start against allowance horses was a rout. That's tough to do. When you're coming off a layoff, first race of the year, you're going to try an allowance race and a rout. Never really fired at all, but may have also needed the race. It's hard to gauge, but yeah, it's a tricky read here because it's not like they're giving them the race. They ran for allowance, now they're dropping all the way to the bottom. That's a scary move. But you got to think Maggie's boy is going to be better than these $5,000 claimers. Now, the dam obviously wants to go long. The dam 2 wins were in the route. I like this horse's chances. Going to go with him on top. Ranger Blue didn't have the best of trips. Got caught wide for most of the trip last time. Thought that he would make a move to the lead. I think he tried early, but the Mighty Don was just faster to the punch, and that one is just sends. I mean, Mighty Don is always sent to the front end, no matter who's in the race, and usually stops. So maybe that's what the tactics were for Ranger Blue. And unfortunately, he did get caught wide. It was an interesting trip for him, though, because, again, he got out okay. He wasn't as fast because he was outside of the Mighty Don. Ended up kind of chasing a little bit wide, but then dropped all the way back to last, and even lost a lot of lengths. I mean, this horse was at least 5 or 6 lengths back, at least, when he dropped back out of the race, saved a little bit of ground, then made another move to the outside and just flattened out. It was an interesting trip. I don't think it was a good trip. So if you liked Ranger Blue as a heavy favorite 1-2 last time, you can't completely give up on him. Although I have, as far as top choice, I'm going to make him second. The Mighty Don, I'll throw him for third if he's able to get a clear lead. Now that's a big if, because HB Plicence went to the lead last time. He didn't go that fast for the day. Ranger Blue does have speed and didn't use it. 8 Sunset Drives coming out of sprint. None of them are as fast as the Mighty Don early, but they might make things a little more difficult for the Mighty Don if he wants to try to clear and get out there and try to control the pace. Again, that's their way of going. They send this horse to the front every time. I'd expect them to send him again today. And again, it depends on how this track is playing, if he can hold on. And that makes me give him a chance. I don't like him at 2-1 morning line, but if this track is favoring speed and they do let him get out there and control the pace, he's going to be tough. One with everything, you have to forgive. Maybe he needed the route last time, but he just didn't fire at all. Made a middle move and then backed up. Again, Manny Penny, the horse ended up being the best. But again, he's trying to route again. He could sit a nice trip. Some of these horses do try to be aggressive and go after the Mighty Don or chase after that one. One with everything would be the one to pick up some pieces and at least get in the number. I'm going to go with 1-3-6-5 in the second. Okay, third race. We'll start at pick 3 and a pick 4. So you got your choice. You don't want to try for all of them, you do the pick 3. Go for the pick 4. Both of them are 50-cent minimum wagers. It's not going to break the bank, but then you want to throw in more money for. Throw $10 ones. Why not? Going to hit them. Anyway, this one's. I mean, Charlie Baker's got a couple of races where he's got a couple live ones, and this is one where he's got 2 that both have a chance, and they're 2 of his owners that have won stakes races. I know that because I make the trophies for him, or I order the trophies for him. Francis Palangeli, Albert Free, those are both top owners that send horses here at Finger Lakes. Now, both of them have some big upside here. I mean, Better Be Smart went to the lead last time, but was inside. Inside speed was absolutely terrible. I thought the rail was dead that day. Maybe they couldn't tell at the 4th race after the first 3 and they had the horse on the rail, but again, the horse that won was probably better anyway. Equinox is a pretty good one. I think that one's from the John Buckley barn. So it may have just got beat by a better horse. I mean, there's a positive and negative. It's not like she went that fast early. I mean, you could blame the excuse on the dead rail, but it's not like she went that fast early. But and the fact that she was the main speed, had a clear lead, made me lean towards the other one, Sounds of Summer. Now, Sounds of Summer, maybe a little bit better, at least on the dam side, bred for the route than the sprint. And it's only going 5.5. But the first 3 starts for this horse have been in sprints. And you can argue these are better maidens, those are better maidens that she faced than these. and she's hitting the board. I mean, her first start, she ran third against those optional claiming maidens in New York, and this is a horse that those are not New York breds that she was running against, those maiden optional claimers. So that's a really good effort in her first career start. And then against fellow state breds last time, she hit the board. She ran third. It wasn't badly beaten. She got no respect at the window, but wasn't badly beaten. So I think, you see that, say, man, I'd like to bet some of these New York races. How did they not play this horse last time? I think she fits here in this maiden race. 7-2 morning line. But I like both of these Charlie Baker horses. You can make a case that Better Be Smart's going to run better. Second start over the track. Again, she was on the dead rail. And that may have cost her. I don't know. Maybe Equinox was better. Maybe Equinox would just beat this field. So I'm going to go with that one. So I like both of them. The other one that you can use, and I would probably use all three of them anyway, is Value Dreamer for Michael S. Ferraro. Didn't take any money. I mean, there really isn't much for breeding on this horse. They only paid $2,700 for the yearling. When you look at it that way, but the dam was a multiple stakes winner in her career. So, I don't know about the dirt. There's a lot of question marks with Value Dreamer. First start was on the artificial surface, didn't take any money. But this is Michael S. Ferraro, and he's pretty good with these types. Again, these are probably easier maidens. Goes first time Lasix. That's always been a good angle for this barn, going first time Lasix. I remember doing the show maybe, I don't want to date myself, 5, 6, 7 years ago at least. That was one of the best angles here at Finger Lakes. Michael S. Ferraro, first time Lasix. It was almost automatic. Well, we'll use this horse in the top three anyway. 4-5-3 in the third. Remember, this race starts the early pick four. You got a lot of betting options today. Couple pick fives, couple pick fours. You bet flat. The important thing is that you win. I mean, you got to find the horse that you like. And one of these I always look at when it comes to like betting strategies. You don't like to bet the races that you don't like, but you want to bet those pick fours and pick fives because that's how you make the most of your money. You bet small to win a lot. You don't want to bet a lot to win small. I mean, everybody's got their way of wagering. We enjoy all of your wagers here at Finger Lakes, pays our salaries, but I mean that's a strategy that you have to use, especially with some good pick four and pick five options today. I think if you don't like the race, you just simply spread out in it. You might have to spend a little more money, but spread out in it. Don't take a shot on one or two horses just because they're favorites in there or something. If you don't like the race, spread out in there and play the horse you like. With that said, we'll look at the fourth, 11-9 claimer, non-winners of a race since a date, or never won 4 races, or 3-year-olds. It is a race that starts the late pick 5. This is a good pick 5. I think this would probably be the best wager of the day. Races 4 through 8. When you look at the card, you look at who's in here, it's a good play. Now, I was actually surprised when I first looked at the overnight to see Disco Dino was in at the 11-9 level. Well, guess what? He's not. He's scratched. Scratched the 4 Almond Cider, scratched the 6 CJ's Grand Slam. I think you know who I would have picked in there. Well, the other one I liked, I mean, there was really only a couple horses I liked to begin with, but it comes down to pace flow. I do think that Almundro can be a little more aggressive now with the scratches of Disco Dino and CJ's Grand Slam. I think the horse that benefits the most from the scratches is Almundro. Maybe Warrior's Revenge. Maybe Buckley can find the key to that one, bringing that horse back off the claim. But In Sky We Trust, I think right now might be the best horse. I know Disco Dino's out. Warrior's Revenge isn't the same horse as he was when he was Horse of the Year. So In Sky We Trust is making his second start of the year. He's eligible to run for the waiver, so that's a good sign. I mean, if they come back and they run for a tag and they're unprotected, it's usually not a positive sign. You usually want to see him running into an allowance condition. But he ran into a sharp horse in Father Walsh. Both him and Almundro did. So these are the two that I like out of that race. Father Walsh came back, beat a pretty good field Olothabel or whatever this, I can never say it right, was the horse that he beat in that race. That horse runs today as well. I like In Sky We Trust over Almundra, even if Almundra has a little bit more of an advantage here with the scratches. In Sky We Trust could be even sharper second start off the layoff, and the race flow, he could get into contention with Almundra and possibly Warrior's Revenge. And I think if with Warrior's Revenge in the race, still makes things a little more difficult for Almundra, although I think Almundra might be faster on his game. He's outside, though. They did things a little bit differently, tried to rate, make a run. It was probably the right move because they almost won the race. They almost caught Father Walsh at the wire. And again, Father Walsh had the same type of race the next start, sent out there, speed popped the field, and barely held off Olothabel. So Almundra played that role that time. He ran a good race, ran a very good race, and it was an improved race from his debut. So this is the other one I thought that has a chance in here, especially if he's able to get the lead over Warrior's Revenge. He's going to have that much more of a chance. Now, Noble Journey's at 10-1. Keep in mind, this horse got off badly at his only start of the year. So 10-1 is a nice price on an Engelhart horse that had an excuse in his season debut. Again, same race as Father Walsh. Didn't take any money, but again, it was his first start of the year. He's more of an underneath type anyway. He's a good horse to use at tries. That's where I'm putting him. I'm putting him third. I'd like him to be second or third or fourth. I mean, he's good underneath. But he's good at the level, too. I mean, here's a horse. It's not like he was running for 5 last year. Also, another positive sign that he's in for the waiver for the second consecutive time instead of dropping like that. Mr. JT didn't get a great trip. The last 2 races, this horse did not have great trips. So, I don't know. Maybe you got to hope that he gets a better trip. It is 5.5 today. He does have a win at 5.5, but he's got to work out a trip. I mean, he can't be going wide or around horses, this and that, and getting hung out like that. This is a good horse that can win at the 11-9 level, but he's going to have to get a little better trip than what he's been getting the last couple races. But I'm going to make the assumption that he is. 8-9-7-5 in race number 4. All right, 5th race, 5,000 maiden claim. I mean, I'm going to get there, but you know, the last race on the card today, and I'll talk about it. The last race on the card is probably the toughest 5,000 maiden in the history of Finger Lakes, and I'm not even joking. But you know, I am, but I'm not. 5.5 is the distance of this one. This one's a lot easier. Of course, this one for the fillies is a race that came up pretty weak, but it's also hard to come up with a winner because nobody really stands out. I do like a horse that's dropping slightly in class, Stella Brown. I say slightly because she ran here as a 2-year-old, and it wasn't like she was winning as a 2-year-old here. It's a half the street cop officer, so she probably wants to go a little bit further than these 5.5 furlong races, but she couldn't have gotten into a softer field. You know, the last race isn't good at Tampa, but those are tougher maidens, even though they're restricted 3-year-old maidens, than these $5,000 maiden claimers that you'll face today. Got the top trainer right now. Cruz is on a roll. She's got the rail. There's not much to beat in here. I got her on top. Only My Dream's another. Now there isn't a lot of pace in here. These couple might be the speed. I mean, you got Only in My Dreams. Did show a little bit of pace in her debut. Chases some decent fractions. Stella Brown might just show speed and hold the rail. Again, it's a relatively slow field. Crystal might be the quickest of the horses from the gate, but she's far on the outside. And that's what she did last time. Is she had an 11 post last time. She made a move to the front and then lost. That was on a speed track. So the pace is really questionable in this race, and I don't expect a very fast pace. Probably, you know, you're going to get maybe a 46 or change 47.5 for 5.5 furlongs. And that's going to favor probably horses like Stella Brown, Only in My Dreams, and Crystal, who are going to be my top 3 choices. Only My Dreams does drop slightly to 5,000, although it does lose Worry to Crystal. Now, Crystal, again, has had a lot of chances. She did get a couple seconds in a row. Looked like the winner at the top of the stretch last time, especially the way the track was playing. to stay close to take over, but then get beat. I mean, Dharma was a big drop down. Dharma was obviously no surprise. Should have been 1-5 in there, and of course the biggest surprise was that horse wasn't claimed. But Crystal, give her another chance in here to be in the top 3. The way the pace flow looks, hard to see her not in the top 3. I'm going to use her 3rd, and then I'll throw in Chickateka for 4th. She finally woke up last time, taking the blinkers off. Problem is, I don't know if she's got any pace to close on. She did, you want to say she did close against a speed day, but so did Dharma. I think there were 2 races towards the end of the day that fell apart. This was one of them. Again, Crystal made that move to the front, and then it was the closers that ended up 1-2. That was a rarity because especially most of the card front speed was holding. So I guess you could say that as a positive for Chickateka. The fact that she finally showed some signs of life with the blinkers off is big there. 1-5-9-3. I think I had the same horses the day we canceled. All right, 6th race, scratch the 4, Lilith's Moon. Scratch the 8, Curtain Closed. This is a pretty good race for a maiden race here for fillies and mares. Got a couple of good ones coming in here, including Employee of the Month, an award that I've never won, nor want, but this one is out of a dam that was a stakes winner out in California. Ran once at Churchill Downs against 50,000 maidens there in the slop and ran 2nd. I think that's all I need to say. I mean, that horse, just that race makes this horse the winner on paper. Now, there are a couple tough ones in here. I mean, Happy Smile for Charlie Baker's no slouch. Giant at Work for Charlie Baker's no slouch. But I just think the race that Employee of the Month comes out of is a better race than any of them, even those state-bred maidens in New York, that she's the one to beat by street sense, taking this one on top. And again, she's a 3-year-old, but that 50,000 maiden that she was in at Churchill Downs was for 3 and up. So I have no problem taking her against our main special weight 3-year-olds and up. 3 Happy Smile. Mentioned this one before. I think I did the show the day that we canceled, and this horse was in. So I'll say it again. There's a half to all the good Smile horses. They're all stakes winners. Talking about Stormy Smile, Johannesburger Smile. All those Smiles are good, including this one. I mean, she hasn't broke her maiden yet, but she's competitive against the maiden special weights in New York. That probably makes her the biggest threat to the 5 Employee of the Month. Who's my top choice in here? The other Charlie Baker horse, again, he's loading him up. The other race earlier, I took him 1-2. This race, I got him 2nd and 3rd with his horses with the same owners, Palin Jelly and Albert Freed. Both owners are known for winning stakes races. The dam of this was a foal to Giant Moon, who's a 6-time stakes winner. There's also a half, the Moonlight Song, that was a multiple stakes winner. I think that was an unbridled song. And this one has credentials. I mean, she's hitting the board against restricted 3-year-olds, 40,000 maidens in New York. A little easier fields than Happy Smile is. But she also fits nicely against our main special weights. So she plays as well. I got her 3rd. And for 4th, yeah, you can never leave anybody from the Buckley barn out. Again, this is another one that was entered the day that we canceled. First time on the dirt for Castledale. I mean, John Buckley's got a great record overall, and he's 23%, first time with trainer. The dam is a half to a stakes winner on the turf. Now, it is turf on the dam side. I mean, the horse is bred for the turf, but that doesn't mean that she can't run on the dirt against our maidens. She's a 4-year-old going against mostly 3-year-olds, another thing to like. So she's another one to consider using here in the 6th. Leipon Law, the outside, probably needs to get an easy lead if she's going to win. She had no excuse last time, so I didn't use that one. 5-3-7-9 in the 6th. Okay. Gotta remember we only have 8 today. I think we got 8 all the next 3 days. We'll probably be trying for 9. They're trying to enter for Monday right now. We'll be entering for New York Derby Day. That's going to be a good day next week. Looking forward to it. 3 stakes races. It's not just, as mentioned, it's not just the New York Derby. The New York Oaks, we've had some nice 3-year-old fillies come through the New York Oaks. And again, the Leon Reed this year, Deborah Breed has done well in the Leon Reed over the years. Remember, she had Breaking the Fever. Breaking the Fever won that race a lot. Ladies Golden Guy, I think, won that race as well. Now she's got the best sprinter on the track. It's like the next coming of Breaking the Fever with Jack and Bernie. Might be just as good as Breaking the Fever. Good looking forward to seeing that horse and others in the Leon Reed. We'll see if that horse enters, because we should be getting the overnight soon. Anyway, 7th race, starter optional claimer. This one goes 6 furlongs. Mentioned, I hope I say it right, because I've been corrected multiple times on this horse. And you know what? I messed up a lot of names over the years. Olatabel? Olathable? I don't. They're telling me to say it with a TH. I think the announcer says it correctly. I don't. Probably won't. I mean, I did not like this horse as a favorite last time, and he actually surprised me. He ran very, very well. And the negative I had on him was he ended up getting the lead in a race that had that had other speed to go, but it was on a strong speed bias. So I thought he was a little dressed up. I was wrong, and I'll admit I was wrong, because the horse ran huge last time with a good second place finish. Actually impressed me how well this horse chased and almost won the race. So he's getting better with every start. I think his last race was as good, if not better, than the time right before when he won by 10 lengths. Sometimes you run a better race in defeat than you do in victory. That's just the way it turned out. Now, this is a tough field. When you move into this back into the starter, you could even argue it might be a tougher starter with New York Anthem. New York Anthem's a spring horse. We're in the summer now, so I didn't take that one on top. Double Shot, I like If You Can Close today. Keep in mind, the other thing, we do have a possibility of some rain. Now, I'm handicapping for a fast track. Probably have to reshuffle some of these horses if it does come up off, including a horse like Broken Hearted. Even Double Shot doesn't mind the wet. You look at the last race for Double Shot, he's just not getting the pace flow every time. When you got these deep closers, they are at the mercy of the pace. I actually think he ran a big race last time, trying to close against the track and in the slop. I thought he kept his number off of the victory the race before. He's at the mercy of the pace, but I liked the race that he ran last time. He fired anyway and ran a good race. Again, if we get an off track again, he plays, Broken Hearted plays. Now, New York Anthem is more of a spring horse. That proved last year. Started off the year with 2 or 3 wins, and then this year started off with a couple good efforts. Ran first and then ran into that busting away race where Donna Beretta pulled off one of the biggest upsets of the year. So on his game, if he can run his spring race in the summer, New York Anthem can win this race. Broken Hearted, well, he did have trouble last time. Of course, hasn't really run a bad race. And trying to overcome the trouble, sometimes the cost of being on the board. Better start today. Broken Heart is another one you consider using in race number 7. I would use them. 8th, the last but not least. I mentioned this earlier. One of the most difficult 5,000 maiden races that I've seen. Now, this is the route. I was talking about it earlier, the sprint. That race came up easy. Usually it's the opposite. Usually the routes come up easier, but man, we got a fire sale here in the last race. 8 of the 11 rivals in this race, not even lying, 8 of the 11 rivals drop in class to 5,000. Not often you see that. Some of them not the worst form either. I mean, some of them are really big drops in this last race. So how do you sort it out? I think you look at it like it's not a $5,000 maiden race. I think you got to look at it like that. Let's say it was a middle maiden race, and then look at it that way. Because if you look at this race as a 5,000 maiden, wow, this horse is going to win. He drops. This horse is going to win. He drops. You can't look at it like that. You have to kind of the comparable think about the horses that you're looking at. Yeah, they're dropping, but so is everybody else. So I'm going to stick with digital currency because this is the horse that I picked on the day that we canceled. A few of these are coming back and running in the same race, which is this one. They wrote the race back after that we canceled, and it came up a million times tougher because we had a few new faces in here. But I still like digital currency off of the recent form. I think she's going to be okay going long here out of those sprint races. I like the breeding on her. And, you know, she's getting beat for the 11 and 9. And again, there's a lot of drop downs, but there's a lot of questionable drop downs. I think you know that she's going to run well for 5,000, while some of these other ones who don't have great form or are making some suspicious drops makes you think that digital currency might be the one that's not. She's looking for the win, and I think that she's going to get a nice trip here up close. I mean, coming out of these sprint races, she's going to be up close. I think she could get a trip and win the race. Now, Moontown makes a big drop in class, and we've seen this from the Linda Rice barn over the years. It doesn't mean they always win, but she's not afraid to send them to Finger Lakes for 5,000. Obviously, she's going to be tough in here. She ran for special weights in her debut, and then ran against the 30,000s in her next start, and wasn't that badly beaten. She was a beaten favor. I guess more was expected of her. But those are, tried the turf, and off the turf and the turf. The form is horrible the last two races, but again, the competition is so much tougher than these. Got to consider her. Another one making a big drop. They're all making a big drop. The 10, Tempers Tada. I think I when we canceled, I used digital currency and Tempers Tada 1-2, but Moontown wasn't in the race. I have to use Moontown off the races she comes out of. But Tempers Tada, overmatched. She had trouble in her last race too, though. But with two starts under her belt, coming back here, after the canceled day, she's very well bred, and again, she should be a lot closer for 5. I'm not going out on a limb here. This is a significant drop in class for a barn that's finally picking it up. You can kind of watch him in Saratoga. I'll throw a long shot for 4th. Talking about Secor. Now again, a lot of them are dropping down. This horse didn't pick up his feet at all last time. She somehow she beat a couple horses in there, but she's 24 lengths beaten by Silent Sandy. But that was her first start over the track, and keep in mind she was running against some tougher competition at Tampa. Those were special weights. Actually, the winner did a pretty decent time for the day. I mean, minute 42 is not fast, but against our maidens it is, and she just didn't fire. Can we forgive the effort? I guess it's not a good sign that she's dropping all the way to the bottom off of the effort, but it is a significant drop. She is a price, and she's a good one to use in tries of supers in the last. I mean, you got Bourbon Blanket that's coming in here, not good form, but she's making a big drop. Starship Kit Kat, obvious turf breeding, so she's questionable on the dirt, but it may not matter because she's dropping as well. Queen of My Dreams also drops to 5,000, and she stretches out. It's one of those races where I can't believe how tough it came up for a $5,000 maiden. That'll be a fun one to finish off the day. Again, we continue live racing Monday through Wednesday, and I did mention the post time change on Wednesday, and Wednesdays only for the summer. That'll be at 1:15. We'll continue 1 o'clock on Monday and Tuesdays. Next day will be tomorrow with a 1 o'clock first post, and I will see you then.
On the track, first race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1, Amalada Lady and Nasario Alvarado. Number 2 is Sweet Tooth Sue and Rafael Regina Jr. Number 3 is Kazam Elegant, Christian Navarro. Number 4, Glory Bound Clara, Luis Perez. Number 5, Automated Teller, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 6, Grab the Glory, Cabercoa. And number 7 is Kitty Tintin and Jeremias Flores. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Rain has started to fall in the last 5 minutes or so. Track still listed as fast. Got an 8 race card. If you are a daily racing form .com member, there's some free Finger Lakes past performances to download today. So take advantage of that. Looking at the odds of the opening race. Got 2-1 on both the 1, Amalada Lady, and number 6, Grab the Glory. 3-1 on number 7, Kitty Tin Tin. Sweet Tooth Sue, the next to go up. 'Cause I'm Elegant. Glory Bound Clara. Automated Teller. Grab the Glory and Kitty Tin Tin. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Looks like a pretty good start. Grab the Glory, Amalada Lady. These two blaze out for the front end. Sweet Tooth Sue splits those two in third. Kitty Tin Tin stacked out wide in fourth. One of the grays, Kazam Elegance in fifth. 4.5, 5 lengths off the lead. Automated Tellers to the outside of Glory Bound Clara, who's at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the turn. Amalada Lady's on top by 3 parts of a length. Grab the Glory in chase mode second. Sweet Tooth Sue, Kitty Tin Tin in tandem third and fourth. A space of 4 lengths to Glory Bound Clara, improving a little bit in fifth. Second last is 'Cause I'm Elegant, and 2 lengths to Automated Teller, who trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Amalada Lady is the first to face us. Grab the Glories under right-handed pressure. Sweet Tooth Sue's towards the inside third, 5.5 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go in the opener. Amalada Lady continues to fight on the front end, widens the lead to 4 lengths over Grab the Glory, who's in second. Sweet Tooth Sue with a chance to get into the exacta, but Amalada Lady in the opener at Finger Lakes. Sweet Tooth Sue indeed gets second. Third, Grab the Glory. Fourth, Glory Bound Clara. One, two, 6, 4. Number 1, Amalada Lady first. 5.5 furlongs, 105.96. To the winner's circle, number 1, Amalada Lady. New York bred, 4-year-old bay filly by Bustin' Stones out of Crazy Cat Lady. Hudson Valley Thoroughbreds owns Rachel Sells Trains and Nasario Alvarado. The winning jockey, SKB Stables bred Amalada Lady. Both the 1 and the 6 went off at 9 to 5, but the 6 had a little bit more money and went off as the favorites. Exacta $34.80, 50-cent try, $29.25. Dime Super $12.27, $5.80 the winning mutual on Amalada Lady. Second race at Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 2 in about 21 minutes and 1:29 p.m. Make your plans to be here on Monday, July 21st for our first free handicapping challenge of the season. $2,500 will be up for grabs, in which the winner will take home $1,000 in cash. Top three finishers receive prize money. Challenge will consist of Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. Got to be a Lucky North Rewards member to participate.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 2, and that was a good job by Naz Alvarado taking the initiative from the inside, getting the lead on Grab the Glory, and that was the difference in the race. So it was able to lead them all the way and get that one's 3rd career win, Naz Alvarado, for Rachel Sells to start us off. See if that trend continues. We did get a lot of rain right before that race. It started coming down a little. It is lightening up now, but there's some possibility of more rain throughout the day. Right now we're just at a sprinkle, but it was coming down right before that race. This race goes a route. This race goes a route, mile 70. It's a never 1-2 condition. Tricky race. You got horses like the Mighty Don on the outside. It's going to show some speed. There is some other tactical speed horses in here. Could come down to who gets the trip. I did lean towards the one Maggie's Boy, mainly because of the drop in class. I mean, this horse didn't do anything against allowance horses in her first start of the year, or his first start of the year, but he's also in a lot tougher. He hasn't seen this level. Yeah, he was running as a 2-year-old. He stretched out. Actually, it's a good sign he won with some moisture in the track when he did win as a 2-year-old. I'm surprised they're just giving up on this horse after the 1 star. I guess that's not a positive sign. But he does get some class relief, probably needed the race anyway. It was his first start off the layoff. You'd expect him to run better, and he should run better against a $5,000 field. So Maggie's Boy going to go with as a top choice. Look at some other rivals in here that are getting play. The 3 Ranger Blue, I think he could forgive the last effort. I mean, this horse was bet down heavily to 1-2 that race, and he did have an excuse. It's not like he had a perfect trip and lost. I mean, he's chasing on the outside, dropped back for whatever reason around the half mile, and then tried to make a run again. And by that time, they had no shot from there. So, you know, maybe the trip had something to do with why this horse ran as badly as he did. He's not really been good on an off track, though. I guess that would be the downside. He does have that 1 second that he ran in the slop in July of last year. See how he handles it today. And the Mighty Don could be dangerous if he clears early for the lead. That's the key to the race for the Mighty Don. He ran good last time. It was off a little bit of a layoff from his previous starts and his first time stretching out this year, and he ran against a better field. But he is clearly a horse that, because they send him to the front, it's dependent on how this track will play and how fast he has to go early and if he can sustain that speed, because he does have a tendency to stop in some of these races. But the competition behind him shouldn't be that tough here, that he is dangerous on the front if he is able to control the early pace. Again, it comes down to some of these other ones who have tactical speed if they make things a little more difficult for him. One with everything could be in a nice stalking trip here. He made a little bit of a move and then faded last time, as Manny Penny did prove much the best in there. He never went by the Mighty Don in that race, though, but it was also his first start going long this year, so he might run a better race trying to route again. Those are a few of the contenders here for the second Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the pick 3 starts in race number 2.
Coming on the track, second race, Finger Lakes. Let's go over the field. Number 1, Maggie's Boy, Luis Perez. Number 2, HB Plaisance and Hemin Harkey. Number 3 is Ranger Blue, Joel Cruz, the rider. Number 4, 8, Sunset Drive and Christian Navarro. Number 5, One with Everything and Emmanuel de Diego. Running at the field, number 6, The Mighty Don with Rafael Regina Jr. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the starting gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go, mile 70 yards, 6 to 5, number 6, the Mighty Don. 2 to 1 on number 1, Maggie's Boy. 3 to 1, number 3, Ranger Blue. Loading up for race number 2. Half the field in line. 8 Sunset Drive will be next. One with Everything and the Mighty Don. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. 8 Sunset Drive, HB Plaisance. HB Plaisance with 1 lap to go has the lead. 8 Sunset Drive drifts out wide. Maggie's Boy is up the inside into a joint second as the Mighty Down widest around the first turn. And then it is Ranger Blue in second last in a space of 2 lengths to One with Everything, who trails the field. HB Plaisance, as they circle around the first turn, has the lead by 3.5. The Mighty Don is making an early move on the outside up into second. Ranger Blue in third. Maggie's Boy, Pink Silks in fourth. A length and a half to One with Everything up the inside fifth, and about 5.5 lengths off the lead, and a gap of 3 lengths to 8 Sunset Drive, who trails the field. Up the backstretch, HB Plaisance doling out the fractions. The lead's a length and a half. Over the Mighty Don is to the outside, a Ranger Blue for second. 3 more lengths to One with Everything, who scrapes the paint in fourth. A length and a half to Maggie's Boy, who's in second last, and 8 lengths to 8 Sunset Drive, who trails the field. On to the far turn. HB Plaisance with 3 furlongs to go has a lead by a length and a half. Ranger Blue being asked to go after HB Plaisance right now. One with Everything is in third as the Mighty Don drops back in fourth. Many lengths back to Maggie's Boy has also dropped back. 8 Sunset Drive is out of last, but at least 20 lengths off the lead as they reach the top of the stretch. And it's HB Plaisance, who's homeward bound, has the lead by 4 lengths. One with Everything to the inside of Ranger Blue for second. 1 furlong to go. HB Plaisance's lead is evaporating. One with Everything gets every chance with Ranger Blue on the outside. Deep stretch. HB Plaisance. One with Everything. It's HB Plaisance calling on a little bit in the reserve to get the win over the other two, One with Everything and Ranger Blue. Huge upset at 21 to 1. Number 2, HB Plaisance was first. It's a photo for second. Mile 70 yards, 146.09. Number 5, One with Everything second. Third, number 3, Ranger Blue. Fourth, number 4, 8 Sunset Drive. Back to the winner's circle, number 2, HB Plaisance. New York bred, 3-year-old bay gelding by Big Brown out of January. Stacy Torelli, owner trainer. Hemant Harkey, the winning jockey. Stacy Torelli and Donna Salmons bred HB Plaisance. 2 wins in a row for HB Plaisance. $44 the winning mutual. Daily double, $79. Exacta, $146. 50-cent try, $107.75. Dime super, $71.20. Third race from Finger Lakes. Put Caber Koa on number 3, Valued Dreamer. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. There's a pick 4 that starts on race number 3. Post time in 21 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 3, and HB Plaisance goes right to the front end with Heeman Harkey and got loose in there. It actually did some decent fractions, but was able to go all the way on the front end. First 2 races have been an inside number. Two horses on the rail, run 1-2 in there, and Heeman Harkey gets the victory for Torelli and the Niz. Big price at odds of 21-1 in the second. That'll blow up some pick 5s right there. Third race, a maiden event for fillies and mares. We have pick 3 and pick 4 wagering in here. A couple of horses saddled by Charlton Baker. You got Sounds of Summer, who comes at it from New York after 30,000 state bred maiden where she hit the board. Better Be Smart ran here. She had no excuse except for being on the inside. I guess the inside was not that good on May 15th, but she also went 23 and 47. But she could be the possible speed in here. Notice inside speeds won the first 2 races, so that might be an advantage for her if she can clear and get to the rail. But you expect the 3 Value Dreamer to have a little speed as well, hitting the dirt for the first time. That's where a lot of the early money is going on Value Dreamer. She's a tricky read. They only paid $2,700 for her as a yearling, but this Florida bred is out of a multiple stakes winner. And hitting the dirt for the first time, see how she does. I mean, she may face a lot tougher herself against 3-year-old maidens at Gulfstream. And maybe she could hold the rail on Better Be Smart, which would be an advantage after seeing the first 2 races. Again, Sounds of Summer. This is the first full out of her dam, which was a stakes winner on the dirt. Her first career start was her best start. She ran 3rd, closed a lot of ground in there. Not sure if she's going to close enough ground. She might be a little more at the mercy of the pace above her stablemate, but you would expect her to class-wise to be better than these after running against those maiden optional claimers in her first 2 starts at Aqueduct, and then even running the 3rd when she dropped to face the state breds last time. So again, that's the way the pace flow should set up here with Better Be Smart. If she could clear for the lead, she's going to be that much more dangerous. Again, probably more advantageous to be on the rail than it was last time where the rail wasn't playing as well as it has the first couple races here. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, pick 3 and the pick 4 starts in the 3rd. You got 7 minutes to post.
Number 1 is Lady of Mercia, John Barrios aboard. Number 2, Mio Atlas and Michael DeVella Jr. Number 3, Value Dreamer, Kaber Koa, the jockey change. Number 4, Sounds of Summer and Joel Cruz. Number 5, Better Be Smart and Andre Worry. And number 6, Sweet Carol James, Luis Pena aboard. Post time in a few. approaching the gate. Horses at the gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. 2-1 on a trio of Value Dreamer, Sounds of Summer, and Better Be Smart. Getting ready to load up for race 3. Two out. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Looks like a good start for Value Dreamer, who barrels out for the lead. Sweet Carol James far outside second. And then it's Better Be Smart, who tracks in third. Sounds of Summer to the outside of Lady Emercia, fourth and fifth. And many lengths back, let's call it 20 to Mio Atlas. Mio Atlas pretty much out of the race as they make the entry into the turn. It's Value Dreamer who clears off by 2. Got a trio of chasers. Songs of Summer, Better Be Smart, Sweet Carol James, second, third, and fourth. Lady Emercia towards the inside fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. And pretty much distance is Mio Atlas. As they wind their way to the quarter pole, it's Value Dreamer and Songs of Summer. These two clash for the top spot. Better Be Smart spun out wide. Lady Emercia gets off the inside, will go to the inside of Better Be Smart up into third, but still a few lengths off the lead of Value Dreamer. Value Dreamer with 1 furlong to go has a lead by about 3.5, 4 over Sounds of Summers in pursuit in second. In deep stretch, it's Value Dreamer in front. Sounds of Summer second, Lady Emercia third, Better Be Smart fourth. 3415. Number 3, Value Dreamer. Back to the winner's circle. Second career start of winning one. Florida bred. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Long on Value out of Dixie Dreamer. Marie Vivez, the owner. Michael Ferraro, the trainer. Caber Koa picked up the winning ride. Jeffrey Lovelady Jr., bred. Value Dreamer. 470, the winning mutual. Daily double, $112.50. Exacta $13.20. 50-cent try, $13.62. Dime superfecta, $5 even. Fourth race from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, Disco Dino. Scratch the 4, Almond Cider. Scratch number 6, CJ's Grand Slam. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering. Fourth race starts the late 50-cent pick 5. Post time in 18 minutes.
Okay, in the paddock for race number 4, and so far Inside Speed's been boss. The 3 Value Dreamer, smart move by Cabercoa, get that one right to the front end, and did not look back. Value Dreamer gets the victory for Michael S. Ferraro. Okay, 4th race is 11 to 9. Now is the race that's to date, or never won 4 races, or 3-year-old scratch. Big scratch in here of the 1 Disco Dino, former stakes winner. Actually just won a stakes a couple years ago. Scratch the 4 Almond Cider. Scratch the 6 CJ's Grand Slam. Logical horse there would be the 8 In Sky We Trust, making the 2nd start of the season. Was a beaten favorite last time, actually going back to last year, last couple times. Doesn't mind an off track. Didn't have the best of trips when he was on the off track last time. But then they also went in 104 that day. But Father Walsh kind of speed popped the field that day, and that one did come back to win his next start. Would expect this horse to be sharper. Watch, see if he could chase down the speed in here. Now, El Mundro probably helped the most by the scratches. Disco Dino would have shown speed, would have been the inside speed. CJ's Grand Slam also possesses speed. So not only does El Mundro gets a little post relief because of it, the pace scenario is going to help because Warrior's Revenge is the only other one with speed in here. So that puts El Mundro in the race early and maybe a chance to get first run on In Sky We Trust and a chance to pull off the minor upset. That one's at odds of 7 to 2. Noble Journey's an interesting one in here because he's only had 1 start this year. Didn't take any money, and he comes out of the same race as El Mundro and In Sky We Trust, but he was compromised by a bad start. You would expect him to improve as well in his 2nd start of the year. Now he switches to our leading rider, Andre Worry. So there's some things to like on Noble Journey, who's going to be a big price in here right now at odds of 8 to 1. And some of the contenders for the 4th race, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 5 starts with this race. We scratch the 1, 4, and 6.
On the track, fourth race from Finger Lakes, scratch the 1, 4, and 6. Here's number 2, looking super in Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3 is Warrior's Revenge. And Kevin Navarro. Number 5 is Mr. JT and Luis Pena. Number 7 is Noble Journey and Andre Worry. Number 8 in Sky We Trust and Luis Perez. And number 9 is Almendro and Joel Cruz, the jockey. Post time in a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Warrior's Revenge going up. Even money on In Sky We Trust. Number 8, 8 to 5. Number 9, Almendro. Two left to load, In Sky We Trust and Almendro. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Step Tardy looking super. Almendro wins the break and fires out for the lead. Warrior's Revenge doesn't really want to contest the early pace. Mr. JT's outside of him, looking super after that poor start, is now up into second. In Sky We Trust in the clear, but 4 wide up the backstretch, 3.5 off the lead, and 2 lengths to Noble Journey, who's at the back of the pack. Almendro leads this group into the turn, has a lead by 1.5 lengths. Warrior's Revenge stalking into to the outside of Looking Super for second. Mr. JT scrubbed a punt for more speed, going to be replaced by In Sky We Trust, who loops up to the outside, up into a joint third, 2 lengths off the lead, and Noble Journey trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Almendro is homeward bound, has a lead by a couple lengths, and Sky We Trust stand side, Looking Super at the fence. Warrior's Revenge is in between horses and 2 lengths off the lead in about a joint second. They run to the 16th pole. Almendro's not slowing down. Almendro scampers clear by 3. The battle for the balance, Warrior's Revenge and Looking Super. Almendro in front. Second goes to Warrior's Revenge to the outside of Looking Super. Then it was In Sky We Trust. To the winner's circle, number 9, Almendro. New York bred, 9-year-old bay gelding by Bustin' Stones at a Roman Renegade. Amapola Racing Corporation owns. Stephen Uppink is the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Juan Cajigas, bred Almendro. $5.90 the winning mutual. Exacta $63.50. Double $18.50. Try $51.12. Dime Super $38.45. Pick 3 $139 even. Fifth race, Finger Lakes. Late jockey change to number 2, Disco Drama to Luis Pena. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Late Pick 4 wagering. Post time in 20 minutes. Track is now muddy. Track is now muddy here at Finger Lakes. Be a slight delay in horses coming out for race number 5. There is a little bit of weather in the area, so we'll hold the horses until that passes. Coming on the track, race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Track is now muddy. Here's your field. Number 1, Stella Brown and Joel Cruz. Number 2, Disco Drama, Luis Pena, a late jockey change. Number 3, Chick Azteca and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4, Starship Astrology, Alexa Marie Cintron, the rider. Number 5 is Only in My Dreams and GM Rohina. Number 6, E Complicado, John Barrios. Number 7, Slow Ready, and Hemin Harkey. Number 8, Reedsdale Rose, Kaber Koa. And number 9 is Crystal and Andre Worry. Post time in just a few minutes. approaching the gate. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Complicado going up. Two out, Reedsdale Rose and Crystal. 2-1 Stella Brown, 3-1 Crystal, 7-2 on Chick Azteca. Rider will hop off Reedsdale Rose, who's a little bit of a handful behind the gate. Try and load her without Koa aboard. Reedsdale Rose is in. Crystal to the outside. 7-5 Stella Brown. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Half a step tardy. Stella Brown, who's last. It's Only in My Dreams who blazes out for the lead. Complicado flashing early speed. Chick Azteca in between horses. Reedsdale Rose is on the outside in fourth. Disco Drama, firsters in fifth, followed up by Stella Brown trying to advance in between runners. Slow Ready's outside of her, then a length back to Starship Astrology, about 10 lengths off the lead and a half length to Crystal, who trails the field. Only in My Dreams leads this field into the turn with 3 furlongs to go, leads by 2. Complicado trying to keep up in second. Stella Brown emerges out of the pack up into third, 4 lengths off the lead. Then 6 lengths back to Slow Readies to the outside of Chick Azteca, fourth and fifth as they reach the top of the stretch. Only in My Dreams, Stella Brown looms the danger on the outside. 2 lengths off the lead in second as they got 1 furlong to go. Only in My Dreams, firm on the front end, has a lead by 3 lengths over Stella Brown in second. Lots of horses going for third, including Chick Azteca and Slow Ready, but it's Only in My Dreams, a front-running victory. Stella Brown second, Chick Azteca third, and fourth, Slow Ready. Five, 1, 3, 7. Number 5, Only in My Dreams first. In the winner's circle, number 5, Only in My Dreams, New York bred, 3-year-old bay filly by Global Campaign out of Childhood Dream. Our Sugar Bear stable owns Chris Engelhard trains, GM Rohina, the winning jockey. Win Horse Thoroughbreds bred Only in My Dreams. 1580 the winning mutual, double $46, exacted $55, trifecta $53.25, dime super $33.20. 50-cent pick 3, $41.75. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $5,078.25. Race 6 at Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Lilith's Moon, and number 8, Curtain Closed. Exacta try, superfecta, daily double pick 3 wagering, post time in 19 minutes.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 6, and if you're keeping notes or keeping tabs, that's a perfect 5 for 5 for inside speed today. Every horse that's gotten the lead from the inside has won. See if that trend continues. We got 8 races, 3 more left, but inside speed has been boss, and the horse that figured to be the speed was the speed. I was actually surprised that this horse went off at odds of 6-1 after watching the first 4 races, but only in my dreams was able to get the lead and turned out to be a speed exacted with a 5 on top. But that was for trainer Chris Aguilar. Jose Rojina guided that one to the gate to wire victory. Okay, 6th race we scratched the 4, Lilith Moon, and the 8 curtain closed. And we'll look at some of the contenders in here. You got Employee of the Month. Does have some tactical speed in the sense that she was in a tough race where she's chasing a 22 and 45 in the slop. Emily Ellingwood is here to ride this horse for Jose Francisco D'Angelo, and this one out of a stakes winner. That stakes winner was in California, and the first career start for this one was in the slop against $50,000 maiden claimers at Churchill. Should find our maidens to be easier, and that's why this horse is going to get some play right now at odds of 8-5. But again, rail speed has been boss the first 5 races. Happy Smile fished off the board last time, but had hit the board the previous 2 against state-bred maiden special weights in New York. One of those races in the mud, and did get a good number for that race. So really the question is the running style here. Now, Charlton Baker has 2 of them in here. This one in particular is a half to a bunch of good ones. Few of them ran here. All the Smiles, Stormy Smile, Johannesburg Smile, Wildcat Smile. Bunch of them are stakes winner. That's a half to this one. And see how she handles it. She's at least inside of some of the other main rivals in this race. The 7, Giant at Work, is the other Charlton Baker trainee. That dam is a full to a 6-time stakes winner, Giant Moon. That dam's also a half to Moonlight Song, was a multiple stakes winner. This one dropped to 30,000 last time and was a beaten favorite in that race, but arrives at Finger Lakes. If you can draw a line through that race, because their other race in the mud wasn't that bad, that could be interesting to see how she'll handle the racetrack. She's a little bit against it being outside, trying to close ground. Maybe see a little difference here with the route race versus the sprints, where most of them have been inside speed winners. Actually, all of them have been. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts in the 6. We scratch the 4 and the 8.
On the track for the sixth race from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is One Good Rason and Luis Perez. Number 2, Malibu's Dynamite and John Barrios. Number 3, Happy Smile, Andre Worry. Number 5, Employee of the Month and Emily Ellingwood. Number 6, Staged Conflict and Juan Diaz. Number 7, Giant at Work, Michael Davila Jr. Number 9 is Castledell and Kevin Navarro. And last but not least, number 10, Lipin Law. Kay Burkoa is the jockey. Post time in a few. Approaching the starting gate. And the fillies and mares have reached the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go, a mile 70 yards. 6 to 5 on number 5, Employee of the Month. Stage to Conflict into line, Giant at Work. Castle Dell and Lippin Law. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Lippin Law with a flyer out of the gate, able to cross and clear. Happy Smile angles to the outside in second. Employee of the Month deep on the course in third. One Good Race on towards the inside in fourth. Malibu's Dynamite's in fifth to the inside of Giant at Work. And then Stage Conflict, who saves all the ground towards the inside, about 6 off the lead. And at the back is Castledale as they navigate the first turn and transition to the backstretch. It's Lippin Law who's on the front end with 6 furlongs to go. The lead's a half length over Happy Smile, who rates in second. Stage Conflict is up into third, and then it's One Good Race On who's in amongst horses fourth. Employee of the Month is 3 wide and fifth, 4 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths to Giant at Work, who's 2 lengths in front of Castledale as the and who's about 8.5 lengths off the lead, and 2 lengths to Malibu's Dynamite, who's now at the tail of the field. Lippin Law into the far turn has the lead by a half length over Happy Smile, who's now given the cue to go after the leader. Lippin Law in second. In third, that is Stage Conflict. Employee of the Month is in fourth, now up into third, but still 5 lengths off the lead. Giant at Work is outside of her in fifth, and then 5 lengths back to Castledale in sixth as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. A struggle between Lippin Law and Happy Smile as they turn into the stretch. Employee of the Month is on the outside with Giant at Work. Stage Conflict scrapes the paint, 1 furlong to go. It's still Lippin Law. Lippin Law on top. The lead's 2 lengths over Stage Conflict and Happy Smile. They come down to the winning line. It's Lippin Law. Lippin Law did nothing wrong today. Stage Conflict second. Happy Smile third. Fourth, Employee of the Month. 10-6 and a photo for third. Number 10, Lipin Law first. Mile 70 yards, 144.99. Back to the winner's circle, number 10, Lipin Law. New York bred, 3-year-old Bay Filly by Tiz the Law out of Elotus. TLC Thoroughbreds, owner breeder, M. Anthony Ferraro, the trainer. Caber Koa with a riding double today. Lipin Law pays $11.20 to win. Double $106.50. Exacta $392.50. 50-cent try $471.75. Dime Super $504.10. 50-cent pick four $255.25. Seventh race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering. Post time for race number 7 in about 25 minutes at 4:03 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 7, and yeah, that rail continues to be golden. Inside Speed has won all of the first 6 races. Of course, Light Pond Law had to clear to get to that rail, but she outbroke the field, Utter Caberco, and beat Happy Smile to the rail, and that was the difference. Won the race on the first turn, the way the track is played today. So good job by Koa. He gets the win for M. Anthony Ferraro. Again, Inside Speed has won all of the first 6 races on today's card. 7th race is starter, optional claimer, 8,000 is the tag. Starter condition is for horses that have not run for the, or have run for the price of 5,000. Now you look at this race, and most of them are in for the condition. New York Anthem is in for the tag. I think that's the only one in for the tag in here. Start out with the 3, Olathable, who won convincingly, taking advantage of a strong speed bias track. That track was a little different than this one. That was a true speed bias. Today's more of a rail inside speed bias. But also got beat by a horse that speed popped the field in Father Walsh and just missed. Actually, this horse ran very big last time, trying to chase after Father Walsh. And Father Walsh just was able to hold on for a second consecutive win. Goes a little further today, 6 furlongs, but does have enough tactical speed where the inside speed has been good. If this horse can hold the rail, the way the bias has been today, it should be awfully tough, but there's a lot of ifs there. As you saw, Light Pond Law was able to clear from the 10 post as the break actually won the race for him. The 7-horse double shot might be up against it in the sense that he's outside. Again, this is not a true speed bias. It's an inside speed bias. Is where we're unique here at Finger Lakes. But double shot ran pretty big against the track last time to run a pretty good second. He's a top 3 threat, but again, his closing style, if he can get to the inside and close, that'll certainly help. And you know, the horse that I didn't pick, the 1, Fighter Kite, actually steps up now with the off track and with the rail biases. This horse does come from out of it, but he can hug the rail with the off track and make a move, but he's got to be able to get some racing luck holding on to that inside where you want to be, and that's not always possible when everybody else wants to be on the rail as well when that's golden like it is today. But that certainly steps up Fighter Kite's chances being on the rail and being an off track, because this horse absolutely loves and steps up when it is an off track. Double positive because he's with the bias being on the rail. If he can hold on to that rail and close ground up the inside, again, you usually get blocked because everybody else wants the inside when you're a deep closer. So the horse that looks like he's truly with the bias would be the 3, Olathable, if he's able to get the lead and get to the rail. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in race number 7. You got about 10 minutes to post.
On the track, 7th race, Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1, Fighter Kite and Carlos Camilo. Number 2 is Nutsy and Christian Navarro. Number 3, Ola Sabal and Jeremias Flores. Number 4, New York Anthem, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5 is Broken Hearted and Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, Starship Tango, Caber Koa. Number 7, Double Shot, Andre Worry. And rounding out the field, number 8, Peruvian Boy and Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few. Horses are approaching the starting gate. Horses have reached the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go, 6 furlongs, 4 to 5 on number 3, Ola Sable. Broken Hearted will be next. Starship Tango. Double Shot. And Peruvian Boy. They're all on the gate. And they're off. It's Ola Sable barreling out for the front end. Broken Hearted splitting rival. Starship Tango's on the outside. Nutsy's at the fence of that middle cluster. New York Anthem trying to pick his way through traffic in 5th and 5.5 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3. Peruvian Boys to the outside of Fighter Kite and a space of about 8 lengths to Double Shot, who's in the 8th and trailing position. It's Ola Sable, the 1-4 favorite, who has a lead by 5. Nutsy's up the inside, improving into 2nd. Broken Hearted races in 3rd. Starship Tango to the outside of New York Anthem 4th and 5th. 3 lengths to Peruvian Boy. 3 parts of a length back to Fighter Kite, and then 5 lengths to Double Shot, who trails the field. As they arrive at the top of the stretch, and Ola Sable is in charge. Nutsy's on the outside, the red blinkers in 2nd. Then it's New York Anthem inside of him in 3rd. Fighter Kite towards the inside in 4th. Starship Tango on the stand side in 5th, but many lengths behind the leader, and that leader is Ola Sable. Ola Sable widens the lead to 8 lengths. The battle for 2nd, Nutsy. Fighter Kite's up the inside, but it's Ola Sable who is a cut above the rest. Nutsy 2nd, Fighter Kite 3rd, New York Anthem 4th. Three, two, 1, 4. Number 3, Ola Sable first. 6 furlongs, 110.39. Olasabo official winner pays $250 to win. Olasabo to the winner's circle, winner of 3 of his last 4 races. Kentucky bred, 5-year-old dark brown gelding by Bolt Doro out of Derby Eve. Frank Fumira and Come What May Racing, the ownership. Rachel Sells with a training double today. And Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. Susan Kasner, bred Olasabo. Double $34, exacta $34. 50-cent try, $61.25. Dime super, $47.15. Eighth and final. Here at Finger Lakes. Put Jeremiah Flores on number 6, Bourbon Blanket. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the 8th and final in about 20 minutes.
All right, we're getting ready to conclude this Monday card. Just a reminder, next week we got one of our biggest days of the season, New York Derby Day. We're running 3 stakes races that day. We got the Leon Reed featuring Jack and Bernie. Got a pretty good field overall for the Leon Reed. You also have the New York Oaks, which is the top 3-year-old filly New York breds. And then the biggest one, purse-wise, of the day is the New York Derby. Got a classy field of 5 horses that'll take place on Monday. Got dollar hot dogs and sodas. Can't beat it. You're off for the day or take the day off. Monday's a great day to come to the racetrack and play on New York Derby Day. That's next week. Of course, we got 2 more days of racing this week. Tomorrow, 1 o'clock first post. Just a reminder, we did change the post time on Wednesdays and Wednesdays only for the summer. We will be starting at 1:15 on those days. Looking back at race number 7, yeah, I mean, that's been the trend today. The rail has been golden throughout the day. Inside speed has a perfect 7 for 7 on today's card, and you see a lot of the horses inside have made the tries exactas and tries. So we'll see if that trend continues for the final race of the day. It'll be interesting to see who does get the lead in here. This is a fire sale, though. 8 of the 11 horses in this last race drop in class. Probably one of the toughest 5,000 maiden claimers you'll see, especially for the route. And that's where we're going. We're going to mile 70 or mile 40 for this last race. Look at the board right now. I think the public is a little confused about who will get the rail in here. Tough to like any of the outside horses unless they have so much class or much the best or can clear and get to the inside. I did like Digital Currency initially earlier today. Probably have to re-handicap the race based on how the track's bias is, but this horse does stretch out, so will possess some speed to get position in this last race. One of the horses that drops, she doesn't take as big a drop as few of them do, but she does drop slightly to the bottom level and shouldn't mind the off-going. You got Moontown, big-time drop in class, coming off the turf at Aqueduct. Moontown for Linda Rice does have some poor form the last couple races against tougher, so she'll get some class relief running in this spot. You know, I'm still on the outside here, so they're going to have to work out some trips because they're against the racetrack, which has been clearly inside today, clearly inside speed, if you want to get technical, because every horse has been inside speed winners. But Tepper's Tada is another one that drops sharply. She comes out of a maiden special weight, dropping all the way to the bottom after trying a mile against special weights. And, you know, the top 2 kind of laid over the field. She did have some trouble in that race, but yeah, she's gonna have to overcome being outside, especially today when the inside has been so good. 3 Secord might be able to take advantage of being favorably inside of the 3 post. That certainly helps. Probably the 1 is the best situated on the rail. Cruising to Win would be the one that's most with the bias here. Cruising to Win, who is 20-1 morning line, figures to be the inside speed of the race. Now, Cruising to Win, is she good enough, stretching out from the sprint races? But if you're simply playing the bias and not who looks the best on paper, you would like Cruising to Win, because the first 7 races, the inside speed has won. Cruising to Win appears to be the speed of the race and the inside speed of the race if she could clear and get to the rail. That makes her awfully dangerous in here, and maybe that's why she's getting a little bit of play. She's gone from 20-1 morning line to 8-1. Probably our sharp bias players. I mean, if you hit in the head enough, you duck. So maybe you throw a few dollars on Cruising to Win at the price to see if the trend concludes with a perfect 8 for 8. But another one to consider in the last race where you got a lot of drops. As mentioned, 8 of the 11 rivals in this race are dropping in class. So Exacta Try is super offered in the last race on the card. Continue live racing tomorrow, 1 o'clock. See you then.
Field coming on the track, 8th and final. Number 1, Queen of All My Dreams, Nasario Alvarado. Number 2, Toast to Success, and Joel Cruz. Number 3 is Secord and Christian Navarro. Number 4, Cruisin' to Win, Emmanuel De Diego. Number 5 is I Am EV and Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, Bourbon Blanket, jockey change Jeremiah Flores. Jeremiah Flores on the 6. Number 7, Starship Kit Kat, Alexa Marie Centron. Number 8 is Digital Currency and Cabercoa. Number 9 is Moontown and Hemin Harkey. Number 10, Tempers Tada and Andre Worry. And number 11 is Widow and Stephen Frett. Post time in a few. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 11 fillies and mares to go a mile and 40 yards, maiden claimers. 2-1 on number 8, Digital Currency. Cabercoa going for his 3rd victory on the Monday card here at Finger Lakes. It's like the load Queen of All My Dreams without the jockey who climb aboard once in the gate. Loading process continues. Bourbon Blanket. Starship Kit Kat. Digital Currency. Moontown. Tempers Tada. And Widow. 2-1 on Digital Currency. Widow, the last to load up. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Cruise in to win, setting out for the lead. Moontown flashing early speed, Toast to Success towards the inside. Secord's in fourth, then it's Bourbon Blanket 3 wide in fifth, as it's Starship Kit Kat, who's 3 wide around that first turn mid-flight. Outside of her is Tempers Tada. I Am EVs towards the inside. Second last is Widow, or actually third last is Widow. 4 more lengths back to Digital Currency, and 6 lengths to Queen of All My Dreams, who's at the back of the pack. And it's Cruise in to win is setting a fast tempo on the front end. Has the lead by about 7 lengths over Toast to Success, who's towards the inside, as it's Moontown, who's 3 wide in that middle cluster. Bourbon Blanket 4 wide. Starship Kit Kat in between horses. And then a couple lengths back to Secord, who's to the outside of I Am EV. A space of about 6 lengths to Digital Currency, who's to the outside of Widow. Then 3 lengths to Tempers to Die, and Queen of All My Dreams 11th and trailing at about 16 lengths off the lead. 3 furlongs to go. Cruising to win. Trying to last in the front end, but the lead starts to be reduced by Moontown. It gets first crack at that one. Bourbon Blankets on the outside. And now it's Secord, who's trying to find some running room and does get some room in between horses. And right to the outside of Cruise in to win is Secord, taking Moontown further wide as they reach the top of the stretch. Cruise in to win is fatigued. I Am EV punches through at the fence. Moontown's on the outside, and it's I Am EV with 1 furlong to go. It has the lead by 3. Moontown second, Secord third. Outside of Digital Currency, 16th to go. It's I Am EV, who's well clear. I Am EV in the nightcap at Finger Lakes. Moontown second, Digital Currency third, fourth, Secord. Five, 9, 8, 3. Number 5, I Am EV first. Mile 40 yards, 146.45. It's official. I Am EV pays $13.40 to win. Back to the winner's circle. I Am EV, New York bred. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Jovia out of Surf Rider Beach. James Aquilano, owner trainer. Michael Davila Jr., the winning jockey. Fazio Stables bred. I Am EV. Dime Super, $88.05. Pick 3, $93.62. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $1,812.50. Pick 4, 4 of 4. $579.75, double 28.40. Exacta, $54, 50-cent try, $58.37. We had a claim. The 9 Moontown was claimed. New owner trainer, Luis Gutierrez. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes on a Monday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Tuesday. First post at 1 p.m. And also please note, Wednesday's post times have been moved to 1:15 p.m. 1:15 p.m. on Wednesdays for the foreseeable future here at Finger Lakes. But for today, from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a wonderful evening. Tuesday's program available online at fingerlakesgaming.com. Fingerlakesgaming.com, the destination to get Tuesday's digital program for the races here that start at 1 p.m. on Tuesday.